My, the time flies when you're having fun. Look at that. I've been informed that the reason that my face looks so dark is that I have a sunburn, and I think that that's correct. I thought that the camera was particularly dark, but it's because the saturation is lower, and my face is actually quite red. So you can see it's a little red, but I've got the image desaturated. It's actually a lot red. Turns out. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the bots and bring them back here. Hey everybody! What? Okay, there we. What? Dang it! Oh, I just messed up my chat. Give me a second here. Get the chat going again. Okay, there it is. Chat is loaded. Yes. What are all these pop-ups about? Come on. Okay, stop doing that. Go away. Make that go away. Okay, and we're back. I didn't watch the Zen of Tmux config yet. Okay, but I was gonna take a minute while we were getting started to load myself up with some electrolytes. By the way, there is such a thing as Gatorade poisoning, and I've given it to myself because sometimes I want to drink lots of water, but I don't actually want to drink water because I don't like water. So I'll drink things that are low calorie, essentially electrolyte mixes instead. And I'm pretty sure I'm probably on the edge today because I've just been really thirsty. And I'm probably on the edge today in terms of getting electrolyte poisoning. But, you know, it's not that bad. You have a little bit of diarrhea and you're fine the next day. So, you know. But I don't know. I've had 3 packets of electrolyte thingy. So, plus some soda. But I've eaten meals and stuff too. So it's not like I'm just pounding. But I don't know. Still, 3 in one day. It's kind of a lot. All right. So we'll get back to this. I think I've got the right thing here. Let's see. I think that's all I need. I just need to check, hey, is this thing in the path file? And oh, there was another thing I needed to look at. alias.env. Okay, that's the only place that those are mentioned. So we're going to load each of these. I guess we could load them in special order of some sort if we wanted them. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. Okay, so print out instructions to update a terminal. I'm going to go ahead and do a git diff real quick because the only other file other than this that I modified, Webi path add. I think the only other thing I modified I didn't actually need to. Alright, git status. Git diff. I wish I'd done this a long time ago. This only took a couple hours. So this was a sticking point for somebody who actually brought, you know, a fair number of users over to Webi, was having pathman. I think there might be one other thing. Because basically, Webi needs its own little helper to some degree. There's not really a good way to get away from that. So, let's see here. But yeah, pathman, it's large. Webi is just a shell script too, so it's very lightweight. Shell script / PowerShell script. It's very lightweight. Pathman was a couple of megabytes. It's just because it's Go binary, and Go binaries are inordinately large. If I were going to rewrite Pathman today, I would definitely do it in Zig. I think that would be the right way to go about it. Let's see, what else do I, so I need to check and see where all is Webi used. Let's just take a look from the top. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. So all this looks good. What does Pathman do? It manages your path. So Pathman list. So let me put this up a bit so you can see right there. Pathman list, Pathman add, Pathman remove, Pathman version. So if we do Pathman list, these are the Pathman managed path entries, and these are the other path entries. There's one other thing that I actually may want to do, which is kind of a tough one. But I also want to, before putting something in the path, check if it's in another one of the possible path locations. Yeah, I created Pathman, I wrote it in Go. And now, because for Webi specifically, I am creating just a shell function that does the same thing for the common shells that I know to support, that being the POSIX shell, fish, bash, ZSH. Yeah. So Pathman managed path entries, other path entries. So basically what I've done, and I would love for this to be a standard that catches on, obviously, is there is a config file that is .config. This is the standard Unix location for config files. envman, which is what I was going to rename Pathman to, because I was going to have it manage more than just path, but other environment variables as well. And then whatever the environment variables are. So just having a quick and easy way to add and remove environment variables. Now, if I was going to redo this again, I think because now I have Webi, and I didn't have Webi when I created Pathman, I had it later. But now that I have Webi, I would just write it in PowerShell and in Bash pretty much from the top. There's a couple of regex things, pattern matching things that would be difficult to do without using a language that has a regex library, but I think that paths are generally well formed. Generally speaking, the places where you're going to put your path, your tools, generally the path is well formed. So anyway, so you can see here, the file is just a list in a standard format. And so you could reorder these, and that was one of the things that I was going to add to Pathman, the Go program, before 1.0, but just never got around to because it's really not that big of a deal. But you could reorder these so that they happen in the right order for you. But this will work in all shells that I use other than PowerShell, but then PowerShell has... The Windows registry actually does a decent job of this. This is essentially the way that the Windows registry does it, is that you just get a string that's... Actually, it's more similar to the way the fish does it, but it's managed by itself. It's not in an external file. It's self-managed. So it's not arbitrary, is actually what I mean to say. There's a specific key value pair, and the path has a very specific format that it must follow. Whereas you don't have that same thing in the Unix environments. The path is all over the place. There's not a specific file where it goes. So the idea with envman and pathman is to, to consolidate that. Okay, let me read back through, because you've been typing as I've been going on here. So El Crevo. Editing the path is a pain. Yeah, fair. Fish is a beast when configuring. I don't like it at all. Why would you configure fish? What is there to configure? It does everything right. Let's see. Yuppo. That's really good. I have a question for you. I'm a nerd. I'd change a bunch of stuff in it. But it's so fast. And it's so easy. I would never recommend it for scripting. I say that every time. But as a user interactive shell, there's nothing better as far as I can tell. Okay, I want to learn backend library, C#, or maybe Nest.js. I don't know about Nest.js, but I don't have any project ideas. Do you have any that you'd like to give? Yes! Yes, I do! I do have some that I'd like to give. creedsofcraftsmanship.com. And then don't go to Creeds of Craftsmanship itself, but under the issues here. So there is portfolio project ideas. Here you go. Portfolio project ideas. There we go. So this is how I recommend choosing a project. You got 3 types of projects. Passion projects, you're out, right? You don't have a passion project, but you're looking for a way to learn. So then there's the cliche but good projects and other useful projects. So passion projects are good because you inherently understand the problem, because it is your own problem. You're scratching your own itch. That's what's driving you. The typical projects are good because there's lots of examples out there. And so you can re-implement Unix utilities, and there's actually a need for this. And C# might be a good target for that. I do want to see, what is Nest.js? I haven't heard of this one. That is new to me. Progressive framework. So, but it's Node. Can you use it in Bun? I would see if it works in Bun. Because, I don't know, maybe Node could get updated and be as good as Bun is, but I doubt it. This is really weird. This has just a ton of quote-unquote partners, sponsors and partners. This seems strange because I don't think I've ever heard of this. Okay, so it's got its own custom language. This isn't JavaScript. It's using decorators. That's a kind of a traditionally a Python feature, which I don't like them. In general, I don't like metaprogramming. I don't know. This is not my cup of tea. I give it a hard pass. It's not actually JS, so I don't know why they call it Nest.js, because it's not JavaScript. They've got their own custom language here that has its own custom stuff. Anyway, but let me continue on here. Writing your blog, that is a rite of passage project. Creating your own blogging platform. Whoops. The to-do list, because there's a million different ways to do that. I also don't like the way that the MVC pattern has been abused to create things that have way too many files and separation in the wrong places. So I'm not, that doesn't look interesting to me, but it probably is, very enterprise typical type of project. Chat server, that's a fun one. That's always a fun one because you get to involve other people. The nerddom quiz or compendium type stuff, those are fun. And I give examples of these here. And then my why is the time gone? I had a little image of Jack Sparrow here drinking his rum, or no, with the empty bottle of rum. Anyway, so yeah, that doesn't really apply to you. A lot of this, the information here is around people who want to get a job, and that's kind of the reason they're pursuing it. So there's a lot of that kind of advice comes from that. But there are some other projects. Random string generator. We still need this. We really do. I think I'm going to publish some scripts to Webi if I could get. Again, this is something where this is a really tiny project. I think I would want to get it written in Zig, but just something to create tokens and passwords and stuff like that. Just something that has a few options. Matt Holt has a timeliner thing that he's working on. It's like a personal search engine, Core Utils ++. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that would be nice to have implemented on Windows if you're going to do the C# route. If you're looking at something that more has a REST API, then you could re-implement Unix commands with REST API and output JSON. You know, like have them run as a service as well, or something like that. I don't know if that actually makes sense. But you know, the blog, that obviously that gets an API, to-do list, the nerddom quiz. So things like, what's your love language? What type of Harry Potter house do you belong to? You know, that kind of stuff. Anyway, and then I've got some descriptions for these. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to sponsored by Foo, partnered by Bar, but what is it? Live preview. Booting web container, installing dependencies, running start command. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like it's a little meh. It's just it's a Fastify, but for people that want to write in a custom language that's more tailored to the framework rather than writing in JavaScript. And they've got courses, yeah, enterprise. When you're enterprise, you don't need to tell people what it is because developers aren't making the decision to use it. So developers aren't saying, hey, you know what I want to use? I want to use Nest.js. When they've got an enterprise button at the top and courses, what that's saying is that they've got good marketing people, and rather than developers suggesting, hey, this is what I want to use, this is management says, hey, you know, here at Google we use Nest.js, or you know, whatever. It becomes a budgeting decision rather than a developer decision, which there's probably a lot of realistically, you know, good use cases for that. Anyway, I'm always in fear because everyone says that if a programmer doesn't have ideas to build something, you won't be a good developer. Yes and no. So it makes you a really good developer if you can articulate problem solution statements and if you can follow from a problem to a solution. So, you know, the thing about programming that's great is that you can change the world around you. Does nothing in the world bug you? You know, when you use a web browser, do you never think, I wish they put the menu bar on the left and had these 6 options in it? You know, because creating a browser extension, I think, is one of the best. I should put that on the list. And I just don't. I don't know exactly. That's something that has to be in JavaScript. It's not agnostic, but yeah. Supported in button, that's good. Sponsored by Foo, yeah. Nest.js is JavaScript. What ASP.NET would be for C#. That's not true, because ASP.NET is a C# framework. It's not a separate language. Correct me if I'm wrong, but ASP.NET is not a new language. I think that, so this is supposed to be Rails. Is that the idea? Is that it's Rails? Let's see. Do you create models and all that, workspaces and models and okay, generate So it generates commands. So this is Rails, is essentially what it is. It's a custom language that's similar to JavaScript that is like Rails. And I'm guessing that you can probably import JavaScript libraries and use them in the same way that something like Grails, you can import Java libraries or Ruby libraries and use them. Espresso TS. Oops. Let me check this out here. Yeah. Meh. I don't like TypeScript. I love types. I think TypeScript got it dead wrong because they're trying to be C#. If you want to do that, just learn C#. You know? Then you can have all of the problems, but all of the tools that build more problems for those problems. Whereas with TypeScript, they give you all the problems and then half the tools. Other recommendations. I want to go into the backend field. Go is really great. Go is a very enjoyable language. You don't have to deal with things like in C# or in TypeScript. It's Go is very much like JavaScript if you were to write JavaScript with discipline and intention. So when I write JavaScript, my JavaScript code and my Go code are pretty darn similar to one another. Go is a language you can learn in a weekend in the same way that simple JavaScript you could learn in a weekend. Yeah, blogging is something that you do. I already have a job, not being challenged, and I don't want to be stagnating in my career. That's good because you don't want to have the same year of experience 20 times. You want to have 20 years of experience. Yeah, random string generator would be good. There's a bunch of different formats, and actually STTR is kind of halfway there for what I want. I think we actually added STTR to Webi. I should add it to the homepage if I haven't. Yeah, this doesn't really give that great of an example for what I was hoping, but STTR is it's a really next level CLI in terms of the way that he's implemented it, and you can take files and strings and images and then pipe encodings back and forth to each other, but he has some options for things like random stuff. Like my random password script. Yes. But you gotta think. Oh, and sorry, I'm a little bit asynchronous in terms of I don't know what some of these are exactly in reply to. I still think Express is the best when it comes to Node, if you wanted to do Node, because Express can be very lightweight, and I have some videos on that. If I think I have them on the Beyond Code Bootcamp. Where's... It's not showing me in search anymore? Oh, maybe if I spell it right, that'll be... Okay, so if we go here and we search for Express, I'm going to just plop this in the response for you. Okay, let me go back. I started half answering something. Oh, I was going to say there's base 64, Crockford base 32, base 52, base 62, which is used by GitHub and NPM and a few others. There is, let's see, obviously Hex. Octal's not really used for random strings. Neither is binary, all that could be cool. You could have a matrix type of thing where you use kanji characters and just generate those randomly. That could be something interesting. But there's a number of different encodings that are really common that would make sense, particularly, like I said, starting from, I think there is one above base 64, which would be all of the characters on your keyboard. So that would be the highest one, and then one below that would be subtracting a couple of symbols that are commonly not allowed. So single quote, double quote, get rid of those, get rid of space, get rid of things that often don't work when you go to type in a password and it doesn't allow a certain special character. You'd want to get rid of those special characters maybe. So you've got that, the thing that's basically all the characters on the keyboard. You could have a command line option to exclude. So you could do, rand ASCII exclude, and then give it some characters not to put or something. I don't know. All right. What would be a good thing other than SJS? Yeah, that's... I recommend Express. I think Express is good. So there's a few different talks I've got there. I don't have any project ideas because I'm already made all my projects. Must be a very bad programmer. Yeah, probably. Standard error. If you've already made all of your projects, you're doing something wrong. For sure. I'm not sure. People just said it's pretty much ASP.NET for TypeScript. But again, TypeScript is not JavaScript. But TypeScript doesn't make a lot of sense on the... I don't know. I'm not a fan of TypeScript. But like you see here, I recommend using type lending without TypeScript. There is jswithtypes.com. Is that what it is? Yes, jswithtypes.com if you want to see this presentation. JSWT. And then there's also JSWT on NPM. JSWT. So if you're interested in that, there you go. Obviously, there's a low download count, but this is not something that you need to include in a project. This is something that templates your stuff for you. So it creates the directory structure with the correct files inside. So that's what it's good for. I actually do want to make an update to that at some point. Base 2 encoding, yeah, binary. Base 1 encoding. Huh? It's going to be the future. Base 1 encoding. All right, you go back to coding. Have a good one. Try coming up with a good project. All right. Yeah. Feel free to drop a link here or in the channel. The link to the channel was just in there a second ago, so you should still see it if you want to hop on the Discord. And I think I've seen you around before. I recognize both the picture and the name, although the picture is really, really small. Okay. There we go. Cool. Well, have a good one. Adios. And then I'll close out a bunch of these and get back to it. Alright. Adios. You tried to do a heart, but you hit a semicolon rather than a caret, which means that... Let's see. How could I accidentally hit a semicolon instead of a caret? I can't do that in Dvorak. Can I do that? I can't really do that in QWERTY. What language keyboard are you typing on? That's my final question. Could we avoid... So this was a complaint that I don't know how to solve. Can we avoid putting this thing in the path? Let's see. Okay, if I look at a path, what do I see? If I do echo path, it's not, everything's going to be expanded. All right. So there's my canonical path. All right, there's my path export. Yeah, we'll call it my path export instead. So what I'd like to do is to be able to check to see if this thing is in the path. All right, so there we're going to try to expand the path. And then I'm going to say if, I think I actually do have to do a case here. So it could be the first or the last. Can I do POSIX case? Alright, bracket could be shift. Hyphen, comma, or period on some keyboards. Or alt. Yeah, okay. I don't know which those are. Shell command language. Let me look at case and see what we have for pattern matching. Let's search for ESAC. There we go. How do we describe pattern matching notation? Patterns matching a single character. Okay, so we do have... I need to see some examples. It's not what I want. I don't think that's going to work. That looks bash. That doesn't look POSIX. Okay, so I could grep. Alright, yeah, we'll use grep. Alright, that's acceptable. It's acceptable to use grep. Okay, so well, you won't use case. We'll do if. But then we got to do echo, right? Or wait, egrep? Egrep. Echo. No, we still have to do echo pipe. Let me look one more thing. POSIX case patterns. ESAC. Okay. I'll check out chat in a second. I just want to see this. So can I do beginning of line or end of line matching? Because what I'd like to do essentially is case star this, and then end of line. Okay, let me get back to chat for a second. Acrevo is entering raw Unicode endpoints. U plus 3C and U plus 3B. Clearly just misremember the code point. That's it. Let's see, grep-w. I don't remember what -w does. No, I do not want to mix case and sensitive. What I want is to match. So path looks like this. Well, let's do it this way. So if we do echo path, so path, oh, sorry, I need to go to bash and then echo path there. Okay, so path can, oh, it wouldn't, sorry, it would not be equals. It would be starts with. There we go. Okay, so this is what I want to check for. There we go. Well, this is still wrong? Wait, what is... Dang it. That's going to be so hard to search for. How am I going to search for exclamation? Actually, it's a technical paper. There shouldn't be that many exclamations in it. Decimal process ID? No, that's not. I want to know what it means in the in case. Pattern matching notation. All right, let me go back to this first. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, so path looks like this, where it's some sort of string and then a colon, and then a string and then a colon. So the very first string doesn't start with a colon, and the very last string doesn't end in a colon. And what I'm trying to figure out is, first of all, is this thing in the path presently? So if it's in the path presently, then it should either begin with the start of the line or with a colon, and then the thing, and then end with a colon or be the end of the line. That's what I'm trying to match on here. And then the star to say, or anything. So I think I just need to take this out and try it in the real world. Let me go over here and see what this looks like. Find path.sh. Oops. Oh, that's another problem I need to fix. I need to get rid of the Unicode characters on this. So this should be true. And this should be false. That's what we want. Actually, all right, let's see if it works. Hold on. What was it complaining about? Expressions don't expand. Yeah, I'm going to ignore that for now. I know that. But if we look at path, hold on. So we've got the opposite. So something went a bit wrong there. There we go. So this one's strange. Exactly found bin. Is that true? Well, again, I need to actually go into bash here. So, oh, I know why that worked out the way that it did. Okay, I've got another idea. So my other idea is do this or this or this. So what we're going to say is we found colon, colon. That's the most likely. Or we found, let's start the middle or the end. That's what we want to do. So I'm going to get rid of that. So that this would be at the start, this would be in the middle, this would be at the end. The reason is so the caret inside of a bracket means not the following characters. That's why it was working the way that it was. Okay. These are the correct results. So I want to do this then. I actually, and yeah, I should have thought about this. So wait, hold on. This Stack Overflow thing, well, let me get back to that. Where was that at? Where was the Stack Overflow? Let me check my recent history here. History, recently closed. Are those Stack Overflows still open? So this one, I agree with the answer. Where's that other one? Hold on. Come on, show me my recently closed. I'll check chat in a second. Why is it not here? Whoops. Okay, let's get out of that one. Ah, right, because this person's saying I want to get it inside of a variable. Okay. Rather than... I want to be exactly sure that this worked exactly as I expected. So what I'm going to do instead of having ORs is just have different expressions. So we'll do blah, blah, blah is first in the path, is in the middle of the path, is last in the path. And if I look at this, holy shoot dog, what is that? First in the path, middle of the path, middle of the path, last in the path. Okay, so good. This is matching exactly as it should. So let's take this back, and then I will look at chat. All right. Oh, I do need these to actually have an OR on them because I need to put code in here that then will return. Yeah. Okay. So let me do this again. We're gonna put those back together. All right. All right. I'm back to the chat. Okay. Echo path pipe tr to new line. Grep w. Again, I can't remember what grep w means. Is that ignore white space? Yes. All right. Good. Not find an answer because you need to have the delimiters on it. What if path is only one dir? Then you don't have any. Hey, that's not going to happen. So I'm not going to account for that because that's not going to happen. Because it just fine. I need to quote. Thank you for pointing that out. Heaven help us. May that not happen. Oh, freaking out. Hold on. Can I do it this way? Okay. Is there not a way to do like a multi-line? There we go. Is that our multi-line case? Okay. All right, standard error. So, are you a Go programmer? Is that what I'm to ascertain from your picture of a bunny with a halo? And what? Who are you that is so wise in the ways of POSIX? Huh? To think on this. So what I'm actually trying to do here, there's not really a solution for. Well, if the person only uses one shell, all right, I think I know what I'm going to do next. Then I have to do all this crap. This is where it gets weird, and this is why I don't know if I want to make this standard behavior, but there was one person's complaint, which I think is semi-valid. It's semi-valid because, yes, we don't want it in the path twice if we don't need it in the path twice. And if you meticulously manually manage everything, why are you using Webi? If you want no conveniences, why use Webi? Or conversely, you could say if somebody manages all of their home directory in a git config or some sort of, configuration as code system, then they could still want to use Webi, but be annoyed that it puts something in the path that doesn't need to be in the path. The problem is this. Oh, gosh. There's like 10 different ways that it could be defined. It's really tough. And it seems like it's going to add a lot of weight just to do these stupid checks. I don't know. Saint Dur. Oh, of course. Of course. I'm thinking of something that starts with an E. Can anyone guess? Hey, wrong channel. Wrong channel, David. Wrong channel. I just want to ensure that the entry was there, but there's so many different ways that it could have possibly been defined. There's no way to do it perfectly, which makes me want to not do it at all. I like perfect things. I'm not a big fan of things that aren't perfect. Let's see. So my path expanded is going to be where we replace any of the literals with the non-literals. And then my path home would be where we replace, let me go back up here. That's the opposite. And we have to be a little bit looser. So I want to see if it's exactly in the path and then be a little bit looser about checking the file, because in the path it is going to be one specific way, but in the file there's a near infinite number of ways that you could express it. So I want to say, oh, whoops. My path export. I guess we can still use that. That's the same. Wait. My path curly home is going to be pretty much the same thing. Except we're going to allow for the curly home. And then that's it. And then we're going to do grep. This one's tricksy because kind of I want to say bash RC should source profile. So if it's in profile, it shouldn't have to be in bash RC. But some people will put it in bash RC rather than profile. So then it's like, yeah, but you can't say because it's in bash RC it shouldn't be in profile, because then it won't work for the POSIX shell. So it should be in profile too. All right, anyway, so we're going to do this. My path expanded, my path home, my path. So it's going to be my path expanded, or my path home, or my path curly home, or my path, whatever the heck that is. Maybe we should just start out with that. Well, no, we're gonna do it this way. It's gonna be fine. My path expanded should be the best one. Home, curly home, and then whatever my path is. Okay, so something is wrong here. Should I do if not subshell? Oh wait, maybe just get rid of this. How do we do an or not? Do we just get rid of these? Couldn't pass the if expression. Okay, so that one turned out right. I actually prefer writing tests these days rather than the brackets, just because it's more true to what it is, which is a command. I think the brackets was kind of a mistake. It's cute, and cute is bad. So could I somehow not this whole thing? That's what I want to know. Or could I invert the choice of grep? I can invert. Maybe if I did -V. No, but that would not work. I want to invert the output. I want to say that it is not found. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, this is a pipe. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Thanks again. Because I was just using, well, I was just doing case, and in case, I was just doing case and regular expressions in which a single pipe is an or. And then I switched over to doing if, which is similar, and my brain just had not caught up yet. Thank you. Wait, what? No, I am not. Sorry, I'm not going to use awk. I vowed to never use awk. Well, okay, the reason it can't be done in a single grep with multiple arguments is because there are characters which are valid path characters which are special regular expression characters. And so I have the -F here so that this gets treated as a string. Hence, I have the ors. Because otherwise, I would need a way to escape the path from regular expression, which that totally should exist. Undoubtedly, there should be an escape function for regular expression string. But as far as I know, there isn't. This one seems a little bit silly, but I'll indulge for the sake of sameness. And this I could probably simplify this quite a bit. Okay, I think I could do... I think I could do like this. How's that? Does that make our eyes bleed enough? When I'm doing this kind of thing, I actually prefer to do it like this. To set it up with a 0 value. And then to just carry on with the other values. Whoops. Because this is a bit easier to read. Oh, of course. I might swap out my config for my conf. There we go. And then I don't need this to be separate. And I don't need that to be separate. And I don't even need that to be separate. Alright, what is this one griping about? Expressions don't expand. There we go. That's the one. Wait, why isn't it going to my error? I guess I didn't map my leader key to the error, my bob. I'm gonna go look for next error. Okay. And then I think Well, fish would still have to be different. But these three, I could potentially... Oh, darn it. Okay, this actually doesn't work. Well, it could. Let's see, POSIX split string. Dang it. Actually, I don't need the check here. I just need, because this one I'm not creating the file and adding to it based on whether or not the shell exists. I'm only doing it based on whether or not the config itself exists. So I can simplify that. Okay. So I think this is good now. What? Of which any is to be matched? Fixed strings instead separated by new lines. Huh. I did not know this. Okay, so what you're telling me is that... Hold on. But can I do /n for a new line? Because I feel like in order to do that... Because I think in a POSIX shell, let's see here. Let's go to sh. Echo \n. My name equals first \n last. Okay, let's try it this way, though. Let's try first, last. Okay, yeah, so if we do it that way, then the problem becomes that, and this, I mean, I guess this is a minor issue, but then what we end up with, let me get out of this file and then get back into it so that the history is preserved. Then we end up with this problem where this was the thing that I didn't want to do either. Was where everything is backed up against the wall here, like that. You know, oh, well, actually, that wasn't even the thing we're talking about. So we're talking about, can we do this grep in one? And the idea is that if we can put new lines in between these, which we can do that by doing, so we could do my paths And then we could do them in the order that we want them. You're just all sorts of help, man. Alright, so like this then. So we're saying this should work. So I guess we could do my comps the same way, where, oops, I could just do like this, right? Alright, that feels cleaner. Okay, that feels, that fits in a single scroll. So I like that. Thank you so much. You and your TR, man. You just want me to use TR. You just. But I did not realize that the -F did by New Lines as well. So that's cool. Just thank you so much. I really appreciate your help today. I am doing much and this is rare for me. I so rarely get someone who is more experienced than me in whatever I'm doing. I know that a lot of the people that are really popular on Twitch, a lot of them are kind of newbie at the. It seems like because they don't know what they're doing, they get a lot of interaction from other people. And typically, I do know what I'm doing, and the level of help that I need is beyond what other people are able to provide. And so I really appreciate this and your expertise. Josue actually is pretty darn good too. Josue has helped me out a few times. But it's pretty rare for me to have a problem, in my experience, and my hubris, my arrogance. It's pretty rare for me to have a problem and be able to get help from someone that I didn't handpick to ask the question to. A lot of times people will throw suggestions at me, but much of the time they're amateurs kind of just wanting to, show what they know and be of help. But you have an uncommon level of expertise, as by my estimation, at least. The 3 said can also be one. Let's see. Can the 3 said also be 1? Because we could just put the or like this. And that's, yeah, I think that does work in this one. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying there. I think this will work as well. Let me try it out. All right. And that's POSIX? Oh. Okay, -E, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it works on my machine. Okay, I like that. I should probably use this more often, this approach. Alright, what else have I got said in here? And just for consistency, I'm going to make this way. See, the fish is a special case because it actually doesn't have a config file by default, which I think is a little lewd. I think that it should have an empty config file by default, not to not have a config file. I basically think that anything that can have a config file should create an empty config file with a soft fail, meaning if it can't create the config file, that's okay. But basically, when it's installed, it should create at least an empty config file, because then it's easy to find out that the config file exists. Anyway, all right, let's take a look at this in sum total now. Okay. 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 So there's kind of one other thing that I want to do maybe while I'm in the middle of this, which is that if something is Webi installed, put it in a config Webi installs. I don't know if I can do that right now, though. Basically, if the thing finishes successfully, whoa, what's this? Oh, Webi add path, yeah. All right. Web install package name. Oh, and there was something else that I wanted to do. Ah, yes, show path updates. So I still do want to create that file, I think. So let's not break that works. And I want to log the Webi version when something is added, essentially. Not the version of it that Webi knows, which would be Webi version, yeah. Okay, mkdir dash p. Wait, what was the difference between path expanded and path export? Okay, the path export was literally going to have a literal home. All right. Accepted. Thank you. 1290 also matches tilde foo. Ah! Good catch. Because tilde is used for backup files. Though I don't think a backup file would be in your path. Better to be correct. Who knows? People do weird things. I do weird things. There's a number of things here I haven't caught before because... yeah, I'm going to leave that one alone. Declare and assign separately. Oh, yeah, this one I had to do it that way. I mean, I guess I could replicate this twice. That would not be the end of the world. So we could do that. And then we could get rid of those. I should have kept a diff of this. Because the problem is that right now, that's inside of this Webi bootstrap script as a string. And as much as I know, yeah, that's not the best choice. It's the way that it is right now. So if I were to do curl beta web install, and then what? RG. Let me grab this. Let's see if it runs. Let's have it go through all the steps. Oops. That did not work the way I expected it to. Okay. All right, let's ignore the white space differences. All right, so there's some of these got reordered. All right, so that got reordered by Schfumpt. So we're going to get rid of pathman, and I'm going to get rid of config envman. Let's see. Just going to get rid of a few of these for fun. Oh, just that one, I guess. Okay, but it did not. That one. Okay, that did not do what I was expecting. So why did that not work? Oh, because it's already installed, so it didn't run its whole thing. Okay. Okay. So I added the path, but it didn't tell me that it added the path. What do I make of that? Let's see. No one would add tilde to path, right? Right? I mean, the raw tilde, yeah. Path tilde. What's up, Anthony? What are you doing in your lab today? Ah. Oh. I have a cramp in my side right now. It's probably from literally electrolyte poisoning. I've drank too many salt drinks today. Chilling and coding. Cool. Okay, you say, I think your matching of paths in .profile and friends might have a problem. Commented path equals path home, then might be match 2, might be tricky to fix. But this is why I check to see if it's in the path environment variable before I check those files. So a simple POSIX function, I don't think is the right tool to solve that problem. I think if we're trying to solve that problem, then we would need to write it in Zig or in Go. Because you need good text manipulation to solve that problem. Oh, what am I trying to do? So Ryan Burnett and I run webinstall.dev, which hopefully by this point you've heard of if you do web development. And there is an old complaint from a few years ago about the use of pathman. So pathman is a tool that I wrote years prior to this, and to manage the environment path variable across Windows, Mac, and Linux, POSIX Shell, Bash, ZSH, and Fish. So that's kind of a tall order to have a utility that works across all of those environments, and Cygwin as well. Also, Cygwin and PowerShell. So the goal of Pathman was to be the one path manager to rule them all. So I didn't know how to solve the problem without writing a binary file, in particular for Windows. Because at the time that I embarked on that project, let's see if let me go back to here. When was this project first created? This was created 4 years ago. That would make it 20... Can we get a date on that? 2019. July 2019. So it was only 3 years prior that Microsoft introduced a function in PowerShell that could solve this problem. It existed in the Windows library if you wrote a binary, which is what this under the hood uses through Go, but it did not exist in a way that was exposed. So at the time in 2019 that I was searching for a solution to this problem for Windows, I could not find one. And because of the text manipulation problems that Standard Error was just talking about, it didn't seem like a good idea to try to do it on Linux and Mac in in the way that I wanted to do it. Because Path Manager allows you to add and remove things from the path. And there's a lot of intricacies and nuance to doing that. So when I created Webi, I used Pathman. So Pathman is kind of the sole dependency of Webi, because Webi needs to add things to your path, so that if you want to install Node or Bun or whatever it is, if you want to install it, it needs to add it to your path. Otherwise, it has to print out a message to say, hey, add this to one of copy and paste this to this file or that file or yada, yada, yada. And that's really annoying. So instead, I use Pathman, and then Pathman generates predictable exports that work across the various shells. And there's two problems with Pathman. One is that it's a 4 megabyte dependency that's a binary, and that is sus for a lot of open source folks. It's a file that's too large for what it seems to do, which is just editing some text files. But it's written in Go so that it could be cross-platform, and Go has basically a minimum 4 megabyte size for any binary. And then the other problem was that if you have something already in your path, it could still get added to your path via Pathman as well, because Pathman is kind of assuming that you're using Pathman to manage your path, which people who are using Webi don't necessarily want to use Pathman to manage their path. And so the problem that I'm trying to solve is, I already did this for Windows because there was a bug with Windows, and I don't remember exactly what... Oh yeah, I do. The Pathman installer for Windows was never updated to the new location. And I fixed that. So this was years prior. So when GitHub releases came out, eventually we moved Pathman over to GitHub releases. But the old location was my own version of GitHub releases, essentially. That was self-hosted. So when I finally got rid of that years later, then some Windows installers stopped working, basically any of the new ones. And so I went back and I decided to I had found from Zig, I'd found from the Zig installer that Zig had a way of updating the path with PowerShell, because the method, which was not popular back in 2019, it existed, but it was not easy to find in search in 2019, because it had been released in 2016 or so, and Windows update cycles take a long time, and documentation takes a while to propagate, and Windows isn't exactly popular in developer circles. So, but I found the snippet that I needed in the Zig installer, and so I documented that, and then I came back around to it at that time when I had the Windows problem, and then I wanted to finish the job and solve it for POSIX as well, so that it works in Linux, Mac, BSD, and across the shells. So that's what I'm working on, is figuring out the best case scenario for this. So back to standard errors. What you said. Yes, you're right. There is a tricky problem there, but this is the case where somebody is managing their path themselves. So if they're managing their paths themselves, then they opt into the tricky bits. If they're not using Pathman. Okay, so how is it 4 megabytes? Well, so Go doesn't really believe in production builds versus debug builds. Go is built with the idea that the optimizations are always there, and that leaving in debug strings, etc., is acceptable because it's, at the time it was 20 10. You know, we're living in the age of terabytes, and Go is designed for server applications, so it's much better to get a really good stack trace in a server application than it is to have the binary be smaller. Additionally, Go has a core set of built-in libraries that you don't opt out of. So about half the size is, maybe not quite half, but of the minimal size, a good chunk of it is debug symbols, etc., which you can get rid of, but it's just not something that's expected that you'll do for Go code, because Go code is considered to be server production code, and the expense of a few megabytes isn't going to make a difference in the type of environments where it's deployed. Go is not typically considered to be a language for CLI tools. But it makes it, until Zig came along, it was the best language for CLI tools, because it's the only language that you could write your code and then distribute a binary that would work on any platform. So I could write a CLI tool on Mac and compile it for Linux and Windows, or I could write the CLI tool on Linux and compile it for Windows and Mac. So that is compelling. And then, because Go is garbage collected, you don't... So other garbage collected languages, typically you have to install a runtime. So think of the .NET framework, or Node, or Java. Many garbage collected languages, if not most of them, you have to install a runtime. You don't have a shippable binary. One of Go's goals is to have shippable binaries. So there's a relatively small runtime that's included in Go, but it's not ultra small. It's just small in comparison to everything else. You know, if you want to have your minimum size of a Node program is what, 100 megabytes? You know, your hello world is 100 megabytes if you want to distribute it as an executable. Your minimum size of a Go program is something in the range of 4 megabytes if you just do the normal thing, and you can get it lower than that if you enable certain features and you use CGO for linking with the system libraries, and you disable debug output, and you know, some stuff like that. But I'm really excited about Zig, and I think that Zig might replace Go as my favorite language, because Go, increasingly the types of programs that I'm interested in that I would want to write in Go, where Go is going to be a better option, increasingly, really because of the ecosystem of Go, because of Go's popularity. This is true with all things. They become their own black hole. But the size of Go binaries is becoming astronomically huge by my standards, where I consider Node to be astronomically huge. It's getting to the point where a lot of the Go tools that I'm interested in are just as big as the Node tools that I'm interested in. And if I have to pay for the cost of that size either way, then maybe bundling the runtime of Node, or Bun rather, because I'm not really interested in Node as much as in Bun, but you know, if you have to bundle a runtime and you have to bundle a bunch of stuff, I can write really clean JavaScript code very quickly. I can write very clean Go code very quickly, but I don't know. It's kind of, it's getting in a space where Zig has the clear advantage of, you can write small code that doesn't bloat and that won't bloat. In a way, it'll be better if Zig doesn't experience an explosion in popularity. If Zig has a few killer apps like Bun, and then doesn't blow up into something amazing that everybody wants. Because when that happens, the bloat comes hard. I mean, look at Rust. Even Rust is getting really bloated nowadays, in part because of its huge popularity. Go has become bloated because of its insane popularity. I mean, Go just is, it's got to be what, the second most popular web language? You know, you've got Node, well, I mean, if you throw in the legacy stuff, right? The things that are running out there that have been running for 20 years, your WordPress sites, whatever, no. But, you know, if you look at the last decade, almost all internet infrastructure is written in Go. You know, you name the platform, you name the service, their infrastructure is written in Go. So there's kind of more Go code running than almost any other code when you look at the modern web stack. And then, you know, and then what developers are using, which regardless of what they're using, it's, you know, Go is being deployed on the back end. Go is your Docker. Go is your Caddy. Go is your traffic. Go is, you know, your DNS stuff, your CI/CD stuff, all that stuff. It's all Go. So yeah, everything's Go. And then if you look at what most of the developers are using, they're using Node. And that, you know, that makes the majority of your front end and back end tooling for your React sites, for example. It's run dry. I should put some water in there. Anyway. Okay, so let me get back to this. I was looking at differences between these two. Okay, I was confused. This did not print out the message, which maybe I need to look at where the message prints out. But this did not print out the message to tell me that I was looking for this message and I didn't get it. Let me install something else that doesn't exist. Well, would it be that if it's in my path, that Webi app path, Webi path add never got run? That shouldn't be the case because I just rewrote it and the check that would be there isn't there. So why? It's telling me if it adds it to the path, then it should have added it to the path here. Yeah, I was very disappointed to see the operator overloading. That was, I literally, at that point, that was kind of the nail in the coffin for me leaving the Rust community. I still kind of want to keep my ear to the ground there. I mean, I never was an active Rust developer, but I ran the meetup and I went to the meetup every month because I ran it. And I enjoyed a lot of what was coming out of Rust. It was really interesting. But at the point that they started doing operator overloading, I just thought this is wrong. We already know this is bad. We already know that this leads to confusing semantics, unpredictable behavior. We've been down this road before. Why are you going to do this? But this Rust is run by a committee. And this is what happens when things get run by committees. Committees need funding. They need to make promises. They need to appease enterprise people. And so focus shifts from let's build great tools for developers to let's get funding from enterprise partners. That's the problem with JavaScript. JavaScript says yes to everything. You want Ruby to be part of the language? Great. Ruby is now part of JavaScript. You want C# to be a part of the language? Great. C# is now part of JavaScript. You want F# to be part of JavaScript? We're working on it. You know, like everybody, every interest, every corporate interest in the committee, you know, just gets basically whatever they want. And it's a lot of bad stuff. And then the TC39 policy is that you can't claim that there's horse trading. You can't say negative things about a proposal. I mean, there's one, I don't remember where I've got it pinned, But there's I think I tweeted about it a couple times. But there's a conversation on TC39 where basically everybody in the conversation is pointing the finger at this one guy who's not even a JavaScript developer, but because they don't want to hurt his hurt his feelings, because they want to respect his seniority, they won't vote him off the island. It's like this guy he doesn't have a horse in the race. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. And he is the one who blocked the regex escape function proposal. You know, so I mean, I'm hoping that the F# pipeline operators don't make it into the language. It's just too confusing. Yes, it's cute. It is cute. But it's just like there's too much transpiler stuff and there's not enough that is core fixes to bugs. It's really a problem. We need things for idiots, which are also the things for geniuses, because geniuses and idiots, they operate at pretty much the same level, you know, because the idiots, like, the difference between a genius and an idiot in almost any, you want to take any code meme, you know, you'll see these out there on Twitter, whatever, the difference between the genius and the idiot is typically error checking. The genius solution will be the simplest possible solution that works, but it'll have in the memes where it shows the code snippets, it won't have an error check, and then the genius solution will be the same, but it'll have like if error, throw, or or if -1 or if 0, whatever. It'll just handle the error case. And then you've got the bell curve solution, and that's where people have like a class and an instantiator factory and a polymorphic inheritance, and so I've enjoyed those memes as they come out, and we need to be developing for idiots, and then just showing them the genius solution. Like, hey, you want to be a genius? Add error checking. Rather than developing for the majority, which just wants fancy shenanigans that isn't helpful. Just like, give me more foot guns. Can we install a gun on top of my boot that only shoots in my foot? I love it. But that's what committees drive towards. Was it something else I saw recently? Oh, yeah. We were talking about Nest.js earlier, and it just totally looks like, literally, this is a framework that is designed to be sold to enterprise customers. This is not designed for developers. Somebody kind of pointed this out. There's nothing on the webpage about what it does. Just all the sponsors and the partners. And then enterprise, courses, new, dev tools, new. So we're going to figure out how to sell it, and then we'll figure out what it is. Anyway, back to the problem at hand. Oh, so you are familiar with it? Hey, awesome guy. Make a video on Redux Toolkit. I am not a front-end person, and I don't believe in most of that stuff. I don't believe in React. So I'm sorry to say that content request is not going to happen. That's not an AJ thing. Let's see. Can we do a dash or in a test or something like that? Okay, where was I going? Where was I going here? Okay, I did want to put this in here. We're going to cut this. We're going to paste it here. And we're going to paste it here. And then we're going to cut this, and we're going to paste it here, and we're going to paste it here. And then we're going to put this one in, and do that, and do that. And then we're going to do that, and we're going to do that. And we do that. Do that. I'm going to do that. Okay. So doot, doot, doot. No. Doot, doot. And then we can get rid of this one. And then we can get rid of this one. All right, so I'm going to try that again locally. All right, let me do the rum rough on this. Okay, so again, it doesn't show me the output that I'm expecting to see. Let's do a diff on these two again. Package name do, and then there's just a whole bunch of I'm gonna do this a different way. Alright, so I'm going to run this again. Let's get rid of this path variable here. And let's run again. Okay. So there's that. So that did work. Okay. Oh, whoops. Ah! Yes. Dang it. Come on, can't quit. There we go. Yep. Actually, I might turn those permissions off because typically speaking, I don't use them. Okay, I heard my phone buzz. What's this about? Hey! I did not see... undo, undo, abort, abort! I didn't see the little follow notification or hear the sound. I bought some firewood and I got way less firewood than I thought. Because I thought, yeah, from the picture, I thought it was going to be much bigger. And it was much smaller than I expected. It was a bundle of wood about the size of a laptop bag. Maybe a little smaller. Yeah. And it's $50 for 4 of them. And but nobody else got back to me. So I mean, I could have gotten a truckload for $250. But this is oak. That's the upside to it. It is oak, and oak does burn longer. Oak is a very dense wood. Pine's going to go really quick, right? But oak is going to, so in terms of hours of fire for roasting marshmallows, etc., hours of family time, I think it might turn out to be a decent deal. Because you got to look at it in terms of heat and hours of family time. Is it gonna be a nice hot fire with some nice hot embers? Yeah. My man got scammed, so I did. Happens to the best of us and the rest of us. All right, let's not run that here. Oh, I don't have my... This is why I'm getting confused. I don't have my switching set up. Because I was going to do a stream on finishing setting up my computer. But in order to get to the point of streaming, there were a number of things that I could not get to the point of showing how to set up the computer. Like it would have... I couldn't get to the point of doing the streaming unless I did about a quarter of the things, or maybe even up to half of the things ahead of time. Just using the computer at all is too annoying. All right, so let's go back into the template here. No, that's not the one I want. Maybe it is the one I want. There we go. That's it right there. All right, so again, rum rough a bunch of things. Get rid of the path. Can I just do for my new path in do done? Is this allowed? No, this should work. Lines rather than, yeah. To read lines rather than words. I don't expect there to be spaces, but sure, let's do it anyway. We'll go with it. While read my new path do. Cool. Hey, CM Griffin, what's up, man? How you doing? Anything is allowed if you try hard enough. Hot dogs per dollar. Okay, that one was a little old. Just chilling. All right. How was your stream? Did you just end your stream? Some feature flag stuff. What feature flag stuff were you doing? Jotai to Valtio. What the letter L is that? Jotai to Valtio. Is that a new type of yoga? Oh, yoga for React. Okay. So feature flag stuff like... How do you do feature flags in React? My static file feature flag tool is being refactored toward Git native instead of just static file. Okay. So, meaning you can do something, and based on the branch, either when it locally or when it deploys, it knows what branch it came from, and so it looks at the branch name to say, okay, get branch variable equals X. You switch on X, do whatever. All right, I'll check it out. Give me just a second here. Oh. So is this your thing? This is it? Okay. Cool. I'm actually going to forward this on to a coworker. I hate React, but I recognize that I'm in the minority enlightenment. And I don't really have a really good alternative, but I'm gonna, oh, I said, that's no bueno. Anyway, so one of the guys I work with, he might enjoy this. Is there a launch the app, read the documentation, how it works? Where's the best place to see a quick demo? Getting started. Growth book. Oops. Hey, Koros, what's up? How you doing? Oh, and apparently, so I heard that. I did not hear the raid sound. There's supposed to be a raid sound. So thanks for the raid. I didn't at first see the uptick in the counter. So, raid! Okay. Growth book. I'm going to check this one out too. This is, yeah. I'd love to see like a good example of how does one use this with React. Oh, you're mid pivot. Okay. So click, you said, click their GitHub or releases. There we go, GitHub. I'll forward this on to him too. I'll give him both URLs. I think he's kind of drowning in the work that he has to do right now and taking time to do something else. He probably isn't going to do it, but he might look at it for the future. Because he's got his own feature flag solution right now, which might be all that he needs. But anyway, so I'll just give a little recap here for everybody joining in. So if you haven't been using Webi, you might enjoy using Webi. Webi is a way to install basically all your daily drivers. And if there's a daily driver you have that isn't here, you can open up an issue. But this is for modern software. So if one of your daily drivers is something that has 600 C dependencies, so for example, curl. Curl's already installed, so you don't have to worry about it. But curl would not be a good fit for Webi because it doesn't have a static build and it has tons of dependencies. So this is for modern tools that pretty much you can get the package and it can be installed simply. And Webi installs quickly, easy to remember. That's number one. It's super easy to remember. You can just type it out without having to look it up because it's just curl https://webi.sh/name of thing pipe sh, right? So I was just demonstrating that here earlier. And then once this is beta, so it's beta.webinstall.dev, but if I wanted to install rg, this is the command that I run. So this works for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So it's easy to remember, installs quickly, no sudo or admin privileges needed, with a little asterisk because there's a couple things like, I hear that now WSL for the Windows subsystem for Linux is actually easy to install. It's like a click of a button. But before it was, you had to configure a bunch of options and you had to jump around. And so there was a script on here that did require admin privileges for WSL, but installed it. So there's a very few things that do require that. But for your daily drivers, not just your one-time setup, doesn't require sudo or admin. There's no package management. You can install concurrently. There's no locking system, and it doesn't change file system permissions. So unlike if you were to install Node from a PKG, for example, it screws up user local on your Mac. And then if you were to install Go as well, then it would try to claim permissions on user local. And then you get this thing where your programs are fighting between each other, and then you have the problem that people used to run into all the time with sudo npm install and then all the other permissions, so none of the permission madness. And then and everything's installed locally, so it's easy to blow away. Unlike, for example, Brew. Now you can install Brew with Webi, and if you install Brew with Webi, then the installs in general will take longer because because some of the dependencies may have to be rebuilt to be scoped to your local path rather than to a system path. But because everything's scoped to a local path, it's guaranteed that it doesn't come into conflict with system dependencies. So I used to have this problem in Brew where I just didn't update Brew every day. Now I have a thing where I have Brew just constantly updating. I haven't set that up on this computer yet because this computer I just had this for a week now, and I haven't finished setting up everything. But anyway, but I would get in this problem where things like curl and SSH would fail to work because Brew's libSSL was in a system path, because Brew installs in a system path by default. Now Brew, if you read their documentation, there's a way to install it in the local path. It just doesn't do that by default because of the problems that happen with trying to install things in a local path when they're old, outdated, non-modern programs. Modern programs install in a local path just fine, but a lot of the ancient things, they don't install in a local path well. Anyway, so it is, I don't know that it is similar to Chocolatey. Chocolatey is just for Windows, but is probably similar. So the concerns, so I put this in the FAQ. My mother told me not to run with shell pipes. And so I think this is one of those things where people parrot it because they don't understand why this was told to them. But essentially, yes, back in the pre-HTTPS era, when Raptors roamed the Unix system control rooms, running with shell pipes had some definite downsides. But doing a shell pipe is no less secure than any other method of installing a thing that you trust, right? So it's all about trust. The technical problems with doing a shell pipe, they no longer exist. Or they can. I mean, you could still conjure them up. You could not use functions, and you could curl over HTTP instead of HTTPS, which is one of the things that I don't like about the new, was it t.xyz, I think it is. Let's see if they still have this vulnerability. Nope, that's not. Yeah, okay, so this right here, I haven't heard of anyone using this yet, but I found out about it because I'm in the space. But this right here is literally a 0-day vulnerability. Because this will use HTTP, and because it uses HTTP, this traffic, in a practical sense, not just a theoretical sense, in a practical sense, this can be, so you connect to a hotspot, basically. You know, you connect at Starbucks, or you connect at, you go to Mexico and you connect from your little beach resort or whatever. Anywhere that you connect where there's a public Wi-Fi, there are lots of routers that run bad software, malicious software. And you used to see this because what they used to do is inject ads in your HTTP sites. But if you want to target someone that is using HTTP to deploy a script, then you can just change the script. You can intercept the file and you can change it and deliver a different file. And I filed a bug with them. This is a 0-day vulnerability. You know, this is very easy. Like, you will not find any other reputable, if you go to Rust or you go to Zig or any of those, is rustup.com or rustup.org? I forget. Rustup.rs. Now they go a step further. They actually specify, they protect against downgrade attacks from the server. So it is possible to do a downgrade attack, and they protect against that by doing this proto HTTPS. That means it's enforced, and TLS 1.2 will prevent downgrade attacks. So most of the time, you're going to see this right here with the HTTPS, the curl, and then the HTTPS, and then it's becoming more popular to do this, though I think that should just be the default. I think that curl needs to get updated so that if you want to use less than TLS 1.2, it prints out a warning message. And I think that curl should check HTTPS by default and then, issue a warning to fall back to HTTP or something. But whatever, who knows if they're going to do that. But anyway, so these problems, they did exist, and there are some. I think this is just asinine. This actually makes me angry. This is a 0-day vulnerability. They are aware of it, and they are choosing to ignore it. And I think that's really immature and irresponsible. That is a practical attack. That's not a 1 in a million. That's if it becomes popular, it will get in the news for a hack related to what they have on their website. But in general, that tool aside, you're not going to find any tool that's using HTTP. They all use HTTPS. And so all of the checksum verification, the signature, all of that is part of HTTPS. So you don't have to worry about that thing. And you can even use CAA records to enforce specific signature verification from authorities that you trust. Now, I don't know. I think curl validates CAA. I'm not positive on that. But the modern HTTPS tools are using those records. So anyway, there's that. Do the redirect at least. Thanks for the follow, Restarted. Do the redirect at least from HTTP to HTTPS? No, a redirect is so first of all, in that one, they don't have the -L, and the -L would follow a redirect. But a redirect doesn't help, because if you are connecting with HTTP at all, I can intercept the redirect. So it doesn't really matter. The redirect does not help at all with security. It can help with browser caching, but more and more the browser is I believe that the default behavior in Chromium browsers at this point is to try HTTPS and fall back to HTTP. I could be wrong on that, but I seem to be observing that behavior. Yeah. Standard error is correct here. Yeah. So anyway, if you have concerns or criticisms about that, there's not a whole lot to read here, but essentially, yeah, it's more of a fodder argument that doesn't, the context no longer applies. We have a different set of tools, and yes, if you don't trust the author, or if the author appears to be doing things that are obviously insecure, then no. But the same thing would be true of any program that you download. No matter how you download it, it is not more or less secure based on the method of download. It is more or less secure based on whether or not it's more or less secure and whether or not you trust it. You should not download a PKG from an HTTP site. Although those are signed now, so that's not as big of a problem. But an EXE, Windows EXE, you should not download that over HTTP. Yeah. But especially supply chain attacks are becoming more common. So there's a lot of things where I don't know. If whatever you're doing is often used for illegal activity, if that's one of the core features of it, things like Tor and torrent, and, not to say, obviously there's lots of good use cases for it, but the majority use cases for illegal activity. So anything where the majority use case is illegal activity, you want to be especially suspicious of, because they're a target for hackers, even if they themselves are good. They're a target for hackers. So a few years ago, I think it was Transmission was hacked. Open source project, legitimate. They're not doing anything illegal, but transmission is for torrenting, and lots of good use cases for torrenting. Lots of open source software that you get via torrenting. But they were targeted by pirates because a lot of piracy is done with torrent software. So there's things like that you got to put into your risk assessment. But yeah, I mean, when projects like Rust, their default installer is, curl sh, then I mean that should tell you. Plus, I mean, even brew is curl sh, etc., etc. So, and you can look at the source on these. Let me go back to that for just a second. So if you want to look at what the installer is, the unique parts of the installer. So let's go to a good. So if you're not using JQ and RG, you are living below your privileges. Let's just click on JQ here. And so you can see installer source. And then this will show you, on Windows, it's the PS1. On the others, it's this. This is how simple the installer is. Now, there's other stuff that is actually, never mind, this one's too simple. I do want to get rid of some of the template functions, but this is what's unique about this. This is single binary, and so this is a trigger that when this function, this loads I won't go into it all. Sorry. I'm working in the template file right now. So basically there's a template file that has all the helper functions, the download function, yada, 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 yada. And there was a time period when I basically said, if it doesn't need to define any custom functions, the file can essentially be empty. But there's some downsides to that. So this one, hopefully, this one's a little bit better. Let me look at Node. I think Node is one of my ones that is fairly complete. Did I LMNOP? Okay. Okay, so this one's pretty good. So there's a few functions that need to be put in, and what I want to do is get to a point where all of the boilerplate is in the installer, but that would be the next version of Webi, because there's a number of things I have to change there. But these are the things, because the download function is the same for all of them. A lot of the, does the path exist? Does that exist? All of that's the same for everything. And so only the unique stuff is here, and this is what the unique stuff looks like. It's just, it defines these functions, and they are sourced into the other file. Actually, it's just templated into the other file. Okay. All right, so I'll get off that rant for a minute here. By the way, does anybody run BSD? Because I had some... there's a little bit that I wanted to test that is BSD specific. So if any of you are on BSD or an obscure POSIX system, Plan 9, Firefly, well, although it'll only work so well because I don't actually have BSD in the releases yet other than Mac. So, yeah, tomato, potato. All right, where was I at? Let me do a git diff here and figure out what I was doing. Okay, so I was in the middle of checking that out. Oh, I wanted to see now what the diff looks like between my two functions. So we can get rid of that. We can delete this again. And then we can run the beta installer again. And then, okay, path env updated with, good. I should probably indent that all the way. I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, where's that updated with? We'll go ahead and do 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go, just so that that looks nicer. I'm going to run it again just to confirm. Okay, that looks good to me. So it found it, it's extracting it, it's installing it. To finish, copy and paste this command. Newly updated terminals will update automatically. Okay, so that's looking good. So the purpose of what I'm working on right now is I'm getting rid of a dependency for this that's been long-standing, because essentially I wanted it to work for Windows as well, and there's some nuance that I didn't understand years ago when I'd first created this, and I've found ways to solve some of the problems in a way that is simpler and doesn't require as much nuance. So anyway, I'm removing pathman. Hey, thanks for the follow, Defect. Yeah, Webi cannot uninstall, but if you look, this is a bad example. This one hasn't been updated. Let me go to another one. This is, if you want to just contribute to open source for the fun and joy of contributing to open source, one thing that needs to be done across the board, which is done for many of these but not all of these, is there's a files section. So if you want to uninstall whatever you've installed, the files section lets you know what has either been created or modified. So if I want to uninstall Node, the other thing that needs to be here is actually .npm. That isn't listed here, but it should be. So if you remove this, and you remove this, and you remove the .npm, which isn't listed here but should be, and you remove the line from path.env, if you do that, then you have uninstalled it. So Webi is file-based. The only thing that, there's very little configuration that happens. So if you just remove the files, then you've uninstalled the thing. And yeah, this one's not going to be updated. And that one's, and a lot of them, it's just a single file. Let me see, what's something that I updated recently? Okay, here's one that I updated recently. So you can see here, it shows you where the config files are. And the path file is updated. That one is in every single list, because the path file is always updated. So this way you can always go and look, and you can see where things have been. And for most of these, it's either local bin and then the thing, or local opt the thing is what's going to be installed. So let me go back to that Node example. Yeah, let me go back here. So local opt node or local bin and then the thing. And then if that thing has config files, they'll be listed here as well. And then I don't think I have that yet for the Python one. I need to do that for Python. But essentially, this is the best way to install your tools. And I get that people want to use the like a bespoke version manager for each thing. So NVM and things like that, for example. And PyEnv is kind of necessary. That one you can't get away from. But with the way that Webi installs things, it's just a symlink. So it doesn't give you all of the conveniences that something like NVM would give you, but it also doesn't have the bugs that something like NVM has. So with Webi, anytime you install a new version of a thing, it goes into a new folder. So I have not installed very much on here yet because I just got this computer out of the box a few days ago. But let's see here. Node. Okay, so you can see Node. This is actually just a symlink to whatever version was installed latest. So if I wanted to switch between Node versions, I just do Webi node at 18. And now I have the latest version of Node 18. And if I want to switch back to 20, at that point it's only a symlink. So once it's installed it, and again, there's no package management. It's literally just following the Unix specification for where to install stuff. Yeah, Webu. You have printf. Why not printf \t counting spaces in 2023 in this economy? Sorry, I'm on team spaces. I'm not on team tabs. There are places where I'll use tabs, but I'm a spacer. My apologies if it offends your POSIX sensibilities, but I'm a spacer. All right. So let's go back into here. Where was I? What am I doing? Why have you made me forget everything? What are you doing to me? It's okay. It balances out. You've given me so much help today that your little bit of distraction is acceptable in my eyes. Okay. Oh, I was going to do the diff again. That was the whole purpose of going back to that, do the diff. And then there was this one. Ah, yes. So there's this change here too. So first, let me look at cached. Okay, that was a fix there. We got rid of the to-do. Okay. Oops. Just gonna fold that in. Push that up. And I do need to open up a PR for this. And I'll probably just... okay, so there's one other thing that I wanted to do here to this bootstrap script. Did we need any changes in here? I don't think we needed any changes in here. I'll double check on that. There we go. Oh, and I switched this to test. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm going to back out of one thing that I did in the other piece. First, let me check this out, because I don't think I made any functional changes. No, okay. This is just schvumped. Actually, we can open this up over here. Oh, and we do need to do, hold on. We need to drop that one. I'm going to throw this over to Ryan and JoJo. I haven't seen Yaroon in a while. Actually, he was on the stream the other day. Alright, so there's that one. And then let me go back to What branch were we just on? Unix pathman? Oh, why did I do an underscore there? I don't do underscores. I'm just putting a weird typo. Alright, so the thing that I don't actually want to do is I did this roundabout thing wrong. No, I just did it wrong. Yeah, okay, this one. If the file doesn't exist, if we got to this point, the file doesn't exist. Okay, that's correct. All right, so I need to make. Ryan's commenting. What are you talking about? This can't even work. Okay. What? Okay. What? Sometimes he just says things. I don't know if he's joking with me or if he's asking legitimate questions. So I'm just responding with question marks to him. So our conversation, how does this change work? Because I just gave him the PR. Question marks, like, what do you mean? This change can't even work. Again, I'm just responding with question marks. Bash doesn't work like that. Again, question marks. You're putting operators in the wrong place. And I said, turns out I'm not. He says, I give up. This just looked like madness. How did this come to your attention? Schwumped. It's just what Schwumped wants. Okay. Anyway, took the partial work from aliasman. I'm going to go ahead and reference aliasman again. By the way, feel free to ask questions and have chat. You know, we can have a good time, y'all. Let's install aliasman. Okay. So apparently Ryan hasn't been using Schwumped, or he's trolling me. I half the time, or 3/4 of the time, I can't tell. But I think he hasn't been using Schwumped. So he says, was it prettier for Bash? I say yes. Have you not been using this? How are you even writing scripts? And he says Chat GPT. Oh, man. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Okay, so... this one, I do want... All right, let's go through this together. I'm going to send him this too. I need... Hey, Standard Air. Would you mind giving a review on this? Because you did this with me. You've been here for most of this, or at least this session of it. Oops. All right. Okay, so let's go through here and see what we've got. So first we're going to do the env man init, which is basically just checking in the various shells that may be installed if they are... Oh, sorry. He says, but I love Pathman. I can't approve this. We can't replace Pathman. Anyway. You would change the indent and lines 275 to... Okay, so that is actually not up for debate because, unless I'm wrong, let me check this out. So, case, is it this one? So watch this. That's why this is not up for debate. I do not do personal preference formatting. I use tool formatting. So there are cases where I can't use tool formatting. We could do this. I think that's appropriate. I'm on board for that right there. I'm on board for putting the space there to make that more clear. I'm on board for moving this to the next line. Nope. I'm on board for things that the tool will allow, but I do tool-assisted formatting because personal preference is just a waste of time. But if you have something else, and I don't want to do like this because that I don't like things that span too much. So you give me what you would like to see that falls in line with the tool assist, and I will do it. But I will not go against the tool assist. What? Oh, I should play some Zelda tonight too. My wife will want me to play with her. I want to stream it though. So I have, and she won't let me stream. But if you're interested, when I do play Tears, and I'm playing 2 games simultaneously. So the one I'm playing with my wife and the one that I'm streaming. And so I do a little bit more exploration, and sometimes there's more authentic surprises at home with my wife. But I think that I do a decent job with my surprise the second time through, because on the stream I'm a little bit play acting the surprise, but I'm, kind of like when you're in the room, asking questions as the devil's advocate at a presentation or something, or in class. So I'm a little bit doing that, but it also makes the experience a little bit smoother because I've already explored. I can be a little bit more streamlined and not, because I like to meander. But anyway, so here's that if you're interested. I just got to Hyrule on what I've been streaming. And let's see. Well, it might be past my wife's bedtime. I have to go check in with her. But it looks like we're done with this, so I may be getting close to end the stream. Let's see, 3:14. I'm going to check that out on your recommendation, Standard Air. Is there a chance that you might add more files? I might remove this one because it's not necessary. How about that? Because here, all I really care about is the path. So let's just go with that. I'll actually remove the file instead of add one. The reason that I wanted to add it, the only reason that I wanted to add it, is because I may reuse this function elsewhere, and I wanted it to just have both of the things that it may touch. But really, this is what's needed here, so the other bit is noise. So I'm just going to remove it instead. So I'm going to go, okay, back over this. And by the way, Standard Air, if you have a buy me a coffee, I will buy you a coffee. I really appreciate your help with this. And your expertise in particular. All right, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, we're going to, whether or not we have fish, we're still going to put the load.fish in there. I guess I could wrap that in a, yeah, okay, well, because this is going to run every time. So I guess I could do, yeah, fish is its own thing. So let me actually put this down with fish. Well, I kind of want to keep it there just in case. No, I don't think I'm going to need to change it. And if I do need to change it, it'll be fine. All right. So how about I put that down here so we're not doing something for fish unless we need to, because all the other shells use POSIX syntax. And then there's fish, which uses its own syntax. Well, yeah, I don't drink coffee either. Okay, let's see, 420, which I may have just messed up that line. Yeah, could we do an and here? Yes. However, this is a matter of personal style. If we're testing two distinctly different things, I do separate ifs. So if we're testing the same thing in different ways, then I'll do an or an and. But if we're testing distinctly different things, then I want separate ifs. What is buzzing over here? Okay. So that one I'm going to leave as is. One thing is, okay, I think kind of in isolation I've tested these. I've kind of unit tested these as I've gone along. But I wish that there were, I don't know if there is a good way to test this, especially not in the way that this actually needs to get deployed. Because I could put these in different files and then source them and yada yada. But I don't really want to do that. One thing that I do want to do is with PowerShell, I actually download the Webi script separately. And with the POSIX shells, I have a script embedded in a script so that it saves the download. But if we're looking forward to Webi v2, I think that I would like more of Webi to be local, because originally, as the name implies, webinstall.dev, there was just curl. That was it. But then it becomes convenient to just be able to type Webi and have it run the curl for you. But then there's other things that if it's doing it local, it could just do those checks ahead of time. And so if there's a Webi 2, I actually want more of Webi to work without hitting the internet. So if it doesn't need to download something, it might need to check the latest version. But if for some reason checking the latest version were to fail, it should be able to, if there's an existing version, do with that. Or if it's not necessary to check the web for a version, then it could that could work. Okay, and then let's see, 588, which again, that might be a slightly different line with what I just changed. Well, I removed 2 or 3 lines, and then I added 2 or 3 lines. So I think we're actually about even. 306, 307. I'll check that out in just a second. So 588. I see what you're saying. We could just pipe this to sed. Let me see. Sed-E. And then we would just do S, comma, tilde, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, comma. I prefer this because you see the echo and that's more clear what's going to happen. I typically use sed not for user output, but for changing something I'm going to assign to a variable. Let me look at 306. Ah, yes. Okay. Yes, there was... Okay. Because I had this that way before, but I had to change it back. Was it because of the return? I could still do that, I think. Okay, no. All right, yeah. So the reason for this, the reason for this is that this is actually it is one operation, because if I, let's see, my alternative for this would be to do this, to have the same condition twice, because what I'm trying to check for is basically an option that I don't have in grep. So I'm trying to do the same thing, but grep will print a failure message if this doesn't exist. So the other thing that I could do is I could just say, okay, we're going to put the output of grep to dev null, and then we don't need to test if the file exists. Because grep is going to complain. So grep is supposed to be quiet, but this is a harder failure because this is failing. It will print the failure message that the file doesn't exist. And so then the fact that we're piping this, taking this to dev null feels like that needs a comment. Like, why are we doing that? That seems weird. So I actually prefer to go this way on it because I think that ends up more readable than to do the direct to dev null. So I don't know if I actually succeed at this at all, but I try to write things in a way that it's kind of hard to say that an idiot can understand, because bash is not something that an idiot can understand. It doesn't read fluently, but there's a lot of nuance, and I want to eliminate the number of the universe of things that you have to know. So it's kind of, that's one of the reasons I use shvumpt, I use shell check, and they have taught me a lot. They have taught me a ton about how scripting works, both in bash and POSIX Shell. They've really, I learned more in the last year or two that I've been using shvumpt and shell check about scripting than in the previous 15 years. It's been hugely dramatic. And my understanding of how it works is just phenomenal in comparison. Now I actually know what the shell is doing. Before it's like black magic. This is not quite a programming language. Something weird's going on. Okay, let's see. 420. Let me go back to 420. Let's see. Actually, yeah, you're right. It's the difference is that this one's in a loop. Yep, that's an inconsistency. I yield. Well, actually, no, this one's different. But here's why this one's different. It's because the and versus the or. Because this one won't throw an error. This is saying, the other one is saying if the file doesn't exist or it's not found. This one's saying if the file does exist and it's not found. So that the condition that's being checked here is because in the other one we're looking to say, can we find this string in this file? But we don't want to deal with the error of if the thing doesn't exist. But in this one, we're only returning 1 if the file already existed, and then we're not. So I don't know that I am articulating my reasoning very well. This is something that I don't know if I could put in a code guide, a style guide. But this is a different type of check because we're checking the positive and the negative to determine if it's like a sum versus an every, if you're familiar with the JavaScript terminology on loops. It looks the same, but we're testing the inverse quality. So we're only going to do this test if this exists, whereas in the other one, we want to do the other test regardless. It's just there's not an option for grep to do that. So yeah. So you're bringing up really good points, and I don't know if I'm actually defending myself well in terms of my rationale, and I may not be. But I wish that I could tease out what rule am I following, because I do tend to do things. If you ask me to write the same code 6 months apart, I will typically write exactly the same code, or exactly is a strong word. There's a high probability that I will choose the same variable names, the same patterns of logical breakdown, etc. I do refine my habits over time, but I am incredibly methodical. And so there are numerous times when I have needed something and later found out that I wrote the exact same code in 2 places. So there is some metric that I'm going through. I don't know exactly what it is. But anyway, aside from style stuff, what I'm really concerned about more than style is some of those things you were bringing up earlier, which maybe you caught all of them, which was, hey, this case isn't going to match for that, or there's something where this can't work. This I thought was actually, this is kind of stylistic. It's also kind of performance, but I think that this was actually really good, and this taught me something. But that's the main part of the review that I'm hoping to get out of here is, if I were to push this, would it break something for someone? Because it's just, there's a lot of permutations of things, and people have their systems configured in different ways, and I'm trying to do this in a way that it causes kind of the do no harm. I want things to be as good as they can, and I don't want to do any harm. So another thing that it's best to test these on a new system, but some other things that I could do. So I've got a bash. Oh, I don't have a bash RC. Interesting. So on Mac, we only have a profile. So I could get rid of this. I could, let's see. I don't know if I have much in my fish config. Okay, this is the only thing in there, so we could get rid of this. And then, of course, I've got the .zsh, which... Oh, whoops! Well, I've never configured ZSH, so whatever's in there, I didn't put it there. I meant to Vim that, and I don't know if I have Time Machine Backups configured yet. So I don't know what's in that file, but it's gone now. Anyway, yeah, so let me just kind of reset this back to config, pathman. So bash history. Okay, so profile. Okay, so what happened here? Because, oh, what branch am I on? I'm on the right branch, right? Yeah. So what happened that this did not update? So this should have run. Why did this not run? So why does my profile not have that? Yeah, so again with the commented out home bin, it first checks if it's in the path. So if it's not in the path, if it was commented out when the shell loaded, it won't be in the path. And so then it will go down the execute. Yeah, and I'm saying if you are custom handling, if you're custom commenting out and uncommenting things yourself, then we have to trust that you kind of know what you wanted to do, right? That's what I'm saying. Not that you asked for stuff to break, but that you asked for things to be what it is. Oh, hey Santus, sorry for not seeing your question earlier. This is the shell command language, otherwise known as the POSIX shell, which often people just call bash, but it is not actually bash. So it will run in bash. It is a subset of bash, but it's not actually bash. Commented out by the OS by default, but again, this won't matter because it won't be loaded in the path if it's commented out by the OS. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because the original check was, is it in path, the variable that is currently in the environment? So if it is currently in the environment, then it checks to see if it can figure out which file it was in. But if it is not currently in the environment, it's not going to check the files. So if it discovers, hey, it looks like, to the best that I can tell, you use ZSH and you use bash, then it is going to check the path, and then it's going to check if the path has it. It's going to check to see, does it exist both in ZSH and in bash? Because if it looks like you're using both, then the expectation is it should work in both. So if it looks like you are using both because you have those config files, then it's going to add into the config files to do the load if one of them is missing, or if either of them is missing. So that's the thing. The case that we don't handle gracefully is where you use both bash and ZSH, but one of them has it loaded and the other one doesn't. That's where it's like, don't know what to do. My fallback behavior is make the behavior consistent. But if you have it in both of them already, then whatever. Okay, so something went wrong here. And actually, I'm just going to turn all these into tests. Because I've come to prefer test because it's less confusing. Because most people don't know that the open bracket is a symlink to test, or otherwise an alias for test. And so where I'm adding new things, I prefer to just use test. And all of these functions are new functions that didn't exist before. At some point, I'll go through and I'll do a refactor, and I might use a tool like Comey, or maybe a regular expression on its own if I can if I can manage. Oh, whoops. Also, there's a common mistake to put the exclamation on the inside rather than the outside. All right, Webi pathman. Okay, so I need to figure out oops, console.log. Okay. Has POSIX Shell. Has POSIX Shell .profile. Adding env man load. All right, that of course won't work because it's already installed. Oh, that's probably why it didn't work before, because it didn't do anything because it was already installed. Okay, so now .profile has that like it should. .zsh rc does not exist. So let me touch that. I might need to copy that from my other Mac, actually, just so that I get the default config. Let me figure out what it is, if anything. Ah! I bonked that. The camera. I'll have to set it back to the right spot later. Alright. Just a second while I look at my old system. Old. Oh. Let's see here. Just a second while I just copy some stuff over. Okay. I think that's all I needed. Let me close that out and exit. Okay, I'm back. So if I should check out my .config fish config.fish. Good, that's there as we expect it to be. And then let me run that one more time. Let me delete everything. Run it one more time. And then if we look at .zshrc, it's there. And I don't know if I even use RVM. I don't know when that was added on my other system. But my other system, the ZSH file goes years back. So I don't know what it's like on a brand new Mac. If anybody has not touched their ZSHRC and you care to give me a link to that so I can copy it over here and see, or at least to see what it is and then choose whether or not to copy it over, I would appreciate that. Okay, but I'm going to get rid of these. Yeah, yes, so that's part of the Bootstrap script. The Arch is checked, so it basically provides a user agent string via curl, and that provides some initial information, but once it has the Webi script locally, then it will check for, do you have zip? Do you have xz? Do you have gzip? Do you, what Arch is this? Does it support, yeah. So those things are checked. The OS, the Arch, and it will fall back. I haven't added the fallback for Windows yet because Windows ARM is still so nascent that I've only had one person raise an issue about Windows ARM support, fallback support in particular, because Windows ARM should do the same as what Mac does, where it tries to get the ARM binary, but if the Windows ARM binary doesn't exist, then it should grab the Windows x64 binary because Windows ARM will run Windows x64. Can't you easily add a new user on a Mac? Yes, you can. I don't understand what the question is. So, .local, as far as I'm aware, does not refer to local to the file system, I believe that it refers to local as in packages that are not part of the distribution, but that follow. It's similar. Let's see. I could be wrong about this. I was thinking of local as pretty similar to opt, because opt goes in .local opt for a user. And I don't know if there's an alternative to that for a user, but I had always thought of user local being packages that install that use the file system hierarchy standard. It's that are not part of the, so it's a local package as opposed to an operating system package. And then opt tends to be for things that are completely self-contained, which in the way that we use local tends to be the same, which is why most of it goes into local opt. Oh, to get a clean config file. Yes, I could, but that would require me switching users. And I'm not going to do that right now. So if somebody were on a Mac and they happen to have the config file, then that would be convenient. If I were to switch users, then I stream may or may not continue. I don't know how I would handle that. I guess in theory the stream would continue. All right, let me take a look. What did we change here? I just changed some tests. I moved that down in local to where it applies. And yeah, okay, cool. All right, well, I think I've tested this about as well as I reasonably can. And it seems to be working. Just gonna, actually, let me do a commit, amend. I recently learned that, oh, did I put too many M's? I do that all the time. I recently learned that if you stage something, because I only knew of amend for changing the commit message, but I recently learned that it's the same as doing a get rebase and then a fold on the one previous. And that was very useful to know. But yeah, I'll try that out to get the clean config file later. Okay, so I may want to just give a look at how we're handling it for the M1, M2 Macs and apply the same bit to Windows, because I think that it's going to be a one-line change to do that. So I might open up that PR as well. And I am going to send this over to Jojo. I'm going to request a Yorun on this. I want to get as many eyes on this as I can for anybody that's willing to review it. So I'm gonna tag Yorun and see if he's willing to give it a review. Because this is something that could go catastrophically wrong. So I'm not going to push it to production tonight. Plus I can't, because I literally have to have a review. Well, I could push it to the hotfix, but it's not hotfix material. This is a fundamental breaking change to how Webi has been done. Well, breaking in a sense. It's not... It should not break anything, but it has the hallmarks of a breaking change. It is a rewrite, which, for all intents and purposes, should of a core functionality. Okay, so I'm gonna look over this one more time. All right, so we got a delimiter. We take the path. I mean, essentially that is working to my satisfaction. It's working for the use cases that we use it for. We've got this. So first we're checking to see if it's in the existing path. Then we check to see if it's defined in all shells. And if it is defined in all shells, then we return 0. So if it doesn't return 1, so if it is not defined in any shell, it will return 1. If it is defined in all shells, it will return 0. So if it is defined in all shells, then we will return 0. Otherwise, it goes through and it creates the path in the format that it needs to be for the export, which, because we are targeting for it to work with fish as well, we do not use the curly braces around the home. And then there's that bit. We're looking for this exact line in there, which, again, there are ways that this could match something else. So if it were, let's see, the worst one would be if it's a subpath or a parent path of a child path. I don't know how I would get an exact match. No, because we have this on either end. We have the path on either end, which should make it an exact match. Okay, so there's no reasonable way for it. There's no way without a human making a mistake. There's no tool-assisted way for that not to be an exact match. So that's good. All right, we put the export out. We put this out to the path so it can be reread later. We create the tilde path. Oh, and we move that. The reason we create the tilde path so that we can display it to the user in a more friendly way. And then there's this whole init bit. This has already been working for aliasmin. The only difference between this and aliasmin is path.env versus alias.env. And then I think we did move around a couple of things. We changed some brackets to test, but other than that, that's the same. We added the shell check disable. That was the same. The is defined in all shells is the part where it's a little bit hokey, but we did a best effort, and in the worst case, it'll just add it to the path twice. It's kind of difficult to end up in a case where it doesn't add it to the path at all. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's where we had. Okay, yeah, this looks good to me. I think this is correct. We only need to replace one of the pieces of functionality of pathman, which is just the add. We're not doing the list. We're not doing the remove. So if I want pathman for pathman's sake, I still have to use pathman. And I think I uninstalled pathman. No, it's still here. Yeah. So, you know, we still have this. That still works. Hey, Josue, how's it going? Yeah, thanks to Standard Error here. He took over your role. And he's been a bang-up citizen. Yeah, I don't need the file now, but it would be convenient to get it now. It's not a must-have now. So yeah, I don't have to have it now. But thanks. Yeah. Well, in that regard, actually, you know, let's think this through here. So shouldn't it be in Etsy? What's it called? What's the name of skeleton? Etsy skeleton. Do we not have an Etsy skeleton on? Huh. Apparently Mac doesn't have an Etsy skeleton. And there's another thing. I'll actually try this real quick. I might be able to create a new user, and then I don't know if it will actually create that user until it logs in, though. But I'm going to go over here and click Add Account. All right. And I'm going to call it delete me. And it's going to be a standard user. Account name is delete me. Password is going to be delete me. Actually, I need to make it random. So that's adding the account. So now what we can see is, can I list users? Is there a delete me? Does it have a .zsh? Nope, it does not. There may not be a standard. No, there's got to be a standard ZSH because I haven't done anything with ZSH here. So my guess is that on first login, it will get that. Okay, so last thing before we go, and I'm taking a look. I don't see any of my usuals in the list. So if you've got somebody you think that we ought to raid, let me know. But last thing before we go, and this could be 10 minutes or this could be half an hour. I'm not sure. But I want to check for what we need to do for the Windows problem that I was mentioning earlier. So let's do get checkout main, get checkout -b. And I have not learned get switch yet. But my understanding is that it makes some of the... my understanding is it's complementary to rebase. And you use it kind of like checkout, except that when you need to... I think it automatically rebases when you're switching between features. So I need to take the 10 minutes to learn it. Does it exist in the new Mac? Okay. Let me just try it now. So this is going to be Windows ARM. Nope. Okay, -C. All right, so get switch main, get switch. What does switch do that's different? Are there any dot files at all in the new user? Let me check and see. Nope, no dot files. So I'm guessing that those get created on first login. Oh, you know what? This may not happen in the installers. There are a few things. Let's see. Is it M1? Did I? Okay, maybe it is in the installers. Transform releases. All right. It says quick hack. Ah. Yes, okay. Let me see if I can get out my Windows ARM computer real quick. David will appreciate this because he's the one who requested this, and I literally bought a Windows ARM computer. I bought this computer because he asked, why doesn't this work on Windows ARM? Little did I know how obscure Windows ARM is. But I bought a Windows ARM computer so that I would be able to test Windows ARM. Now, I know I could have run the UTM, Universal Turing Machine. Although they don't say that that's what its name is. That's what UTM stands for. It's one of those secret acronyms that sometimes they have. I know that it stands for Universal Turing Machine. They know that it stands for Universal Turing Machine, but they're not going to tell you. And they're not going to tell me. But that's what it stands for. But I'm okay with acronyms like that. It's okay to have an acronym and not tell people what it means. But I know that you could do it with UTM. There was some reason that I wanted to have a Windows computer that was actually a Windows computer through and through. And so this was, I think this was $100. So it wasn't too hard of a hit. It might have been $150. Let's see, the batteries run dead because I haven't turned it on basically since I bought it. I turned it on, I tried something with it, and then I let it sleep, and I should have turned it off. There we go. So I'll probably have to give it a minute or two. Oh, it's turning. Oh, look at that. It's turning right on. It's giving me a nice little 0% indicator. So I imagine within a minute or two that'll be up. So I'll continue to look at this. But I do need to figure out my luck with the Windows virtual machine. Everything about Windows just sucks. The virtual machines always get really slow after a couple of Windows updates. They just get horrendously slow, and I have to reinstall, and I don't understand why. Or I have to go back to the clean version of the VM and then run all of the updates together once. But just Windows becomes ridiculously slow in a virtual machine very quickly. And yeah, so I've had... And then the backup story, Windows doesn't have something like Time Machine as far as I can tell. Okay, it's booting. But I need to figure out what the Windows string looks like. Ah. Okay. I see why this was the hack, because when it's running Rosetta, it still reports ARM, but we want it to be x86. So we don't want to get the X and U version. Okay. There's some S&G dev streams I have seen Time Enjoyed before. I don't know the others. So let me see about Time Enjoyed. Let me see if Time Enjoyed shows up here. Okay, Time Enjoyed. I think I've seen Time Enjoyed before. Alright, I'll check that out. Okay, yeah, I think I've seen her once before. I have not followed her. But... Alright, you're switching to another stream completely when you end. Okay, or when I end. That's fine. I mean, of course it's fine. You live your life the way you want to live your life. Alright. YouTube got weird. I was saying that Windows does have restoration points. So, restoration points, but will that restore it to its exact state? Or is that just a restoration point of the registry and some applications that work with it? Because Time Machine is like, it's hardcore. It's not... You can get files from a Time Machine backup, but when you restore it, word is law. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love Time Machine. Time Machine does it the right way. Okay, so that was M1 there. And then this one. Okay. Got it. So this is what we need. We got some hacky worky do's. So Windows ARM Hacky-do. Hacky-do is supposed to be hyphenated. I'm pretty sure it's not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the way that it's supposed to be hyphenated. Okay, so if Windows... There we go. I'm going to let this one slide. So my rule that I've developed, and I've seen this in Rust, and that was part of why I developed the rule, is that either everything or nothing. Either all are key value pairs or none are key value pairs. Because it gets confusing and can lead to bugs otherwise. All right. So let's see. Insert a disk into drive D. Help me choose a disk. Okay, so whatever I was doing on here before. Oh, I'm so ticked off. So Apple removed the ISO Juliet file system driver. It cannot read audio CDs. I thought something was wrong with my CD drive. Apple removed the audio CD file system. And not just audio, sorry. I don't know if it removed the audio CD file system. It removed the CD file system, the one for arbitrary files. Audio CDs, I'm not sure whether they will still play or not. I'm assuming that they probably don't. But this just ticked me off to no end. This was the last time I used this computer. I was trying to use an Apple SuperDrive, because that's what I had. But of course, Apple SuperDrive doesn't work on Windows ARM. But that's the last thing that I did with this. But tell me more about restore points. If they work like Time Machine, I will use them ASAP. Okay, so I need to open up command.exe, and I need to see what curl.exe looks like. So what we're going to do is we're going to journal control web install beta. All right. So, and then we're going to quick share is now available. Open up command.exe. Whoa, this comes pre-installed with TikTok? What, the Chinese spies? Why does this come pre-installed with TikTok? I did not ask for that. Okay, so can usernames only be 5 characters long in Windows? What's going on here? All right, curl.exe, https beta.webinstall.dev/rg -a ms. Actually, let's just see what we get here. What did that look like? Okay, that's just curl, no information. All right, we should see a request come in pretty soon. All right, it just says Windows. We don't get the architecture. Ah, there it is. Windows 10 AMD 64. Why did it get a 404 earlier? Hello World. Oh, that was somebody else. That wasn't me. That was just a bot scanning the interwebs. Okay, so it comes through as AMD 64. So this looks good. This is going to match. And actually, I don't think we need the hacky do anymore either, because I changed. Before I was doing uname-a because I didn't know that you could specify multiple flags. You could do -s, -m, dash, what was the other one? And so I determined that I actually didn't need all of the information that I was getting from the user agent. And I was able to trim it down to just the important bits. So I don't think that the hacky do is necessary anymore, but there are probably still old versions of Webi that require the hacky do, because I removed that sometime this year, and I want Webi to work for years. I want it to be very, very rare. If possible, I don't want any breaking changes in Webi. There are some cases where that's not very feasible. Okay. Good old command prompt. Oh. There's a age-old bug in Windows where the command prompt does weird things, and there's nothing that you can do about it. You just have to Control-C and then restart it, because literally it isn't going to ever get fixed. Let me log out of here and go back. Okay, come on. Oh, I hate Windows so much. It's like, just go to a college and take a class in computer ergonomics. You know, Steve Jobs took a calligraphy class and based an entire company on it. Why can't the people at Microsoft just do some user testing? Okay, so that's what I needed to know. I needed to know, wait a minute, it says AMD 64? But that's a lie. I thought it said ARM 64 for a second. It says AMD 64. That's a lie. I'm confused. Hold on. Let me try something else. All right, let's search over here. Windows get architecture. Did they give me an ARM version of the process? Hold on, I'm so confused. All right, I'm going to try this. What was it again? WMIC OS get OS architecture. ARM 64-bit processor. So what am I using in Webi to determine this? Let's see here. Because obviously I'm using the wrong thing. Okay. Crap. So I may need to change this. Oh, ButterFS. I have not heard strong, compelling arguments for that yet, but I am looking forward to there being some. Booting into any of the past save states sounds really cool. Restoration points do work in Windows. I will try it out. You got scammed. It's a normal Windows machine. Is this website related to work or some other kind of app? So this is the most important project that I have ever had personally. Webinstall.dev. It is a project between Ryan Burnett, myself, and a variety of contributors. But it's primarily Ryan Burnett and myself. And it is not for work, although we use it for work. So it is and it isn't. So no one else is paying me to do this, but we use it for our clients. And we use it when we're teaching people. We use it when we're working for other people. It saves a boatload on documentation. Because rather than having to write 6 pages on here's how you install this thing on Windows, or here's how you install it in your particular environment, we just give them the instructions for Webi, and that's it. We're done. That's reproducible. You know, one of their developers, anybody on their team can take it. And that one of the reasons that Webi was created is because when you're working in a diverse team of people, everybody's machine is different. So how do you guarantee, like, basically, how do you Docker without Docker? You know, how do you give people fail-safe instructions that are going to work without having to say, well, nobody knows how it works, so just, put this Docker file and pray for the best, right? How do you get actual guaranteed results? And Webi is that. You can run things locally and have them work, guaranteed. And also, generally, your developer tools you're not putting in Docker. And we use it for our daily driver stuff. All right, so I'm going to have to go into PowerShell here. I'm going to get out of command prompt. So yeah, it does say ARM 64-bit processor there. So I think what happened is that command.exe is not compiled for it's not compiled for ARM. I think that's what's happening here. I could be wrong. And so I think that when command.exe runs PowerShell, it gets the architecture of the emulated process, which is that it's running a 64-bit binary. So I think that these two things might need to be swapped, but I'll find out real quick. So let's run PowerShell. And then I'm going to echo env processor architect W6432. I got nothing. That's empty. Okay, so let me do processor. Nope, so that's not it. Architecture. AMD 64. So PowerShell. Oh, this is frustrating. PowerShell is reporting the wrong system architecture. Let me look at this. PowerShell, Windows ARM, processor architecture, AMD 64. Okay. So there's our problem. David, are you tuning into this? Well, I've heard that isn't ButterFS one of those that is not resilient against power failure? If you just pull the plug on something or the battery dies, that it's not resilient, whereas ext4 is resilient against power failure because of the way the journaling and the logs and all that. I know ZFS is not resilient against power failure, and I thought ButterFS had the same problem. Okay. And there's two versions of PowerShell. There's PowerShell and PowerShell Core. PowerShell is what ships on Windows machines. PowerShell Core is actually the updated version that you would be getting on Mac or Linux. So when you use Webi to install PowerShell, you're actually getting PowerShell Core, which is interesting. So I don't see where it says what it's showing me here. Okay. So that's no bueno. Okay. All right, so I see what's happening here. So we need to come up with a different solution for this. I probably just need to pipe to a pattern match. Let me grab my Windows not ARM computer. Let's do this. If my arch is equal to AMD 64, so if we use wmic osgit os architecture, and I could have sworn that I had something like this in here originally, and then I, was given the better information that we could do this with the PowerShell variable, but then it just turned out to be wrong. So okay, so my ARM equals, and then we pipe this to like a match or something, I forget. PowerShell match string. I don't think I actually want to do regular expressions so much as just want to do starts with. So I think we can do this. Let me say if my arch is if okay, what does this match? ARM 64-bit. And I don't actually want it to be regex, so can I think if you call it with a dot, then it's not regex, but if you okay, so C match. Hold on. PowerShell string starts with. Okay, C like. I guess it's just, does it really matter? I want to be resilient against future change. Because maybe it's ARM v7, ARM 10. I don't know. Whatever. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. We'll just do an exact match for now. That to do is to done. Now, I just need to get, I don't know. I'm so confused. David, help me test this. Where are you? WSL is a virtual machine. WSL2 is a full virtual machine. WSL1 is a syscall layer. So I would not rely on WSL for this information. Because if it's a virtual machine, it can run x64 and it's going to report the CPU of the virtual machine if it's WSL2. Now this, I don't think can support WSL2 because this is a cheapo CPU that doesn't have a hypervisor on it. I don't know if any of the ARM CPUs would have hypervisor, so they'd probably be forced to run WSL 1. WSL 2 and 1, they're not actually, it's not actually a different version. It's not like version 1 and version 2 like you would think. WSL 1 and WSL 2 are completely separate products that have different purposes and different use cases. WSL 1 and WSL 2 are like the difference between LXC and QM. It's like, they're not a version, they're a completely different technology. One is like a container, the other is a full-on virtual machine. It's not even like a container. Well, it's kind of like a container. But it doesn't run, it runs a Windows kernel. But it's like wine. WSL 1 is like wine. But they achieved 100% compatibility with all features that don't require root level kernel access to APIs that Windows cannot expose. So for example, you cannot create block devices, loopback block devices with WSL 1, but you can with WSL 2 because WSL 2 is fully emulated. WSL 1, Windows doesn't have a way to do loopback block devices. Therefore, WSL cannot implement those syscalls because they don't exist. All right, I think this is right. So, yeah, I'm going to have to get Dave back to help with this because he's seen something that I'm not seeing. Whatever he's doing, it's reporting ARM and then not getting it. And by the way, on Windows, you do have to put the .exe, which you normally wouldn't have to do. But PowerShell has a function called curl. How cruel is that? All right. So now what we should see, I don't think this is going to work because that's a REST application. I should do, is there a Go application in the list? It's likely to show something here. Oh, whoops. I didn't do beta. I was doing production. Okay. So we should see, there it pings with MS, and there Windows, and then AMD 64. So this did not work. Why did this not work? Restarting due to changes? We didn't restart due to changes, maybe? Did I forget to do something that I need to do? Hold on, let me look at... Maybe I did it wrong. Maybe I need to call exec or something like that, or do the ampersand. PowerShell get output. Plasma. So with any of this, do we have an equals and? Join. No trailing new line. Ah! Trailing new line, maybe. So maybe I was better off with the C-like after all. Okay. Nope, not that one. Not bootstrap. But template, maybe? Where was I? Nope. I was looking at this one. Let's do C-like. So now we're in the PowerShells. Okay, I'm going to try running this again over here on the other screen. And let's see what we get when we get back into here. Alright, there's our Windows. ARM64! Woohoo! Alright. Good. All right, that was it. It was a new line. Okay. Win risk v support. As soon as you add it, my friend, you send me the hardware. Dan and I go way back. I was willing to spend $100 on our friendship, only to find out later I don't remember exactly what the conversation was, but it sounded really legitimate. And then it basically turned out to be some minor inconvenience of him. I don't know. But it's okay. I want Windows support to work. So... Alright, now let's see if it actually worked. Ayo! Excellent. I'm going to do version and see what is this compiled as. Can't tell. I'm going to try Webi Node. Hey, Node has an ARM64 version. So that's pretty cool. BSD, I want to get BSD. I could get a BSD VM. BSD shouldn't be hard to add. It's basically going to be adding some version strings. Okay, so I need to do something that definitely doesn't have Windows ARM64. But I don't know what that would be. Also, we have this other problem that this just does not work very well at all. It's the problem where it just freezes is 100-fold worse on this. Because it's happened 3 out of 5 times that I've tried to run something. What's something that won't have the Windows ARM version? Let me take a look at our list here and see if I can find something that probably won't. That will have Windows, but won't have Windows ARM. Anything that is new Go will have it. Comrack probably hasn't been updated in a while. Let's try Comrack. Good. Comrack doesn't have it, and it had a correct fallback. Though the download is really doing terribly. So we had this problem initially because the way that the Windows subsystems work and the Win32 API and all this stuff, the download is just really slow, not because the download over the network is slow, but because of the way that it's piping the bytes between literally back to the Windows 95 WinCom32 API subsystems and command.exe makes it really slow. And it looks like that problem is resurfacing with the way that the emulation on the ARM is going. That the piping of the bits is really, really, really slow. Anyway, let's see that I can actually run Comrack now. Cool. Okay, so I definitely got the x86 version of Comrack, and it definitely ran. Cool. Alright, hold on just a sec here. Alright, we need to look for ones with... Well, let me just go back, because it won't be that far back. Or maybe it's under tweets and replies. Because there's this whole conversation with David. Whoops, that was the wrong URL. What? Oh, okay. Unlock. I was thinking that my account was locked or something. Also, my tongue is slightly swollen. I can tell because it feels ever so slightly bigger in my mouth in a way that I can tell. That's very strange. So if I start slurring, it's only because my tongue is a little bit bigger than it normally is. Okay. So yeah, that's got the PR ready for this one. There we go. Okay, I'm going to throw this one out there too. Okay, well that's it. I'm wrapping it up. This has been an excellent stream. Or at least, I mean, it has been an excellent stream, but it's also been excellent work done. Years long awaited accomplishments, finally accomplished. Let me just put a couple of these for Brute. I don't know what that is, but we'll take a look at it. Nerds, add curl, add fish as ZSH. We kind of had, well, ZSH, I don't know if that one makes sense. Open connect. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at a couple of these. What I wanted was the one about pathman. So we're going to take a look at these. Landing in yeah, that one I don't have an answer for. Okay. I think there was maybe another one. So let's see. Weak OS detection. Okay. Where's the little kissy face? There we go. What? Give me my kissy face. There we go. Kind of want to put this link in there. I think I will. Hold on. Get checkout. I need to learn what get switch is about. What was it? Unix pathman. Was it template.sh? I'm going to put this issue here. Hold on. There we go. Alright, I'm going to put this in there. And this is Doc. And love letter. There we go. Okay. I might be allergic to Windows. Yeah, I am. Well, so, funny thing. When I get tired, I sneeze. There are a lot of packages available on Webi. Nice. Soon I'll be able to make a Webi-based distro. Yeah, we are doing that with BNNA. That's kind of what we're doing. I still need to make some updates for Alpine. Oh, I could have worked on some of that tonight, I suppose. Actually, I may have fixed it. Because I think the issue that we had in Alpine was related to .profile. I might be able to reorder something, so basically like check bash, check ZSH. If neither of those, then definitely profile. Oh, yes. Could be that too. Yeah, I could be my allergens to Windows that are causing my tongue to get a bit bigger. It's happened a few times, but again, I think that I just, when I get tired, I think I start to have histamine reactions. I sneeze, generally, it's kind of like I have a cold when I get tired. I'm actually tired. It's a little early to be tired. It's only 1 a.m., but whatever. Anyway, I'm super excited about this. This was a great night. Always remember,
it's a Unix system. I know this.
And okay. So with that, yeah, I think I'm going to close it out. I'm really, really satisfied. I'm going to check on what my wife's up to. I may or may not play Nintendo. I'm kind of leaning towards no, unfortunately. Especially because I didn't get paid work done tonight. And let's see who is live. We had a recommendation for, and I'll throw another link into AJ Plays Nintendo. It's not quite 10%. It's more like maybe 1 to 3%, I would say. Okay. So it looks like Time Enjoyed is still live. So we're going to do a follow there. And we're going to go raid Time Enjoyed. Okay. So I'm about to hit that button. Thanks for tuning in. Again, like, sub, follow. If you want to, let the Wanu guide you. And let's throw that link up one more time so that you've got it. There's the like, sub, follow if you want to link. And yeah, appreciate you joining in. I'll catch you later. Have a good one. Adios.